All right, good morning, everybody. Sorry for the slight delay. I was kind of checking over our some stuff here for the flight today. Good morning, happy Saturday. I am your there we go. Good morning, happy Saturday. I'm your host and pilot, as always, Uncle B. Sorry if my mic was not wasn't completely in place there. So anyway, uh, we got a great flight today. We're taking off from San Francisco. United Airlines Flight 1927 departing from San Francisco to Chicago. Now, the tricky part is um, the flight plan that they have filed through United is slightly different than the one we have for today. Morning, Us. How are you? The problem is right now, currently with the weather, the we're taking off on runway 10 left. This um it's only like 4:13 in the morning on the west coast. This plane doesn't depart on the west coast for another 2 hours basically. So I think they're expecting that the weather's going to change in that 2 hour period. That's the thing, because I think they're going. I was looking at the list. They're taking a, find it again. They're taking one of these trunk N2 routes, and I'm thinking it's probably either 28 left or 28 right out of San Francisco. Um, but I don't think I can change the weather. Now we can change the time, and maybe the weather will change. But right now, as it stands in San Francisco, this is the uh, this is the route right now that we would fly out, which is fine. It's just a way that I've never seen any aircraft, like I've said before. I don't think anybody ever takes off from 10 left or right. Um, I've seen planes take off on this end, but never on that end because you got all these houses right here. It would be a very, you know, probably uncomfortable feeling for the people here. Some people already probably freak out in this area when big planes take off from 28 left and right. So, anyway, that's what we got for that. We're going to climb out. We're going to head way up over here, past Salt Lake City, keep climbing, and then, or, well, keep flying, and then this is our arrival portion and our final approach here. Now, right now, the runway that we have picked, 10 left for landing also, um, that's okay. Hey, that's all right. Do what you got to do, man. It's all good. Um, so right now we're scheduled for 10 left, right? Uh, but we can. What I'm going to try to do, I'm going to try when we're about, let's say, at Cato. I think that's a pretty good because there's still a bit of distance left in the flight here between Cato and Myers, right? If the weather has changed significantly enough that this runway is not an option, we have to, pick another way in or another runway, whatever, then, yeah, I can try. I just don't know with the time difference. That would be the only issue. But I can try. I can't make any promises, but I would definitely like to do it. 'Cause I don't. Well, see, the only thing is I don't know that I have. I don't think I can. Well, I don't know how that would work because if that's on the PC, I may not be able to do it because I don't think we have that on the. It's not an add-on. I think I can get on the Xbox. That'd be the only drawback, but I don't know. Um, I'd have to look into that. Oh, okay. I can buy it on the Xbox. Let me look at that after the flight, and if I can, I'll message you on the on Discord, okay? I thought I saw something about it, but I didn't really pay much attention to it, to be honest. So anyway, so about here we're gonna look at the weather again. If the weather has changed enough that 10 left is not a good option, then we'll pick a different runway. Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw it. I just wasn't sure, but that's okay. Yeah, let me look into it. Okay, I'll see what I can do. I can't make any promises, but I'll look at it and all that, and I'll let you know. All right. So yeah, decision point here. What we're going to try to do is we're going to try to change things in the flight computer. Uh, you have to have a computer. You have to use OBS or Streamlabs, and I cannot do it on uh, on mine. I tried. I looked into that, and on my Mac laptop, I cannot get it going. But anyway, we're going to try to change our approach, our arrival and approach information when we get here, if it's necessary. It may not be necessary, but if it is, we'll try to change that and update our flight plan. I don't know if it's going to work or not. Hopefully it will, but if not, we'll see what we got. Okay, so so it should be a little action-packed flight today. 3 hours 45 minutes roughly from our departure to landing. I think we can get there a little bit quicker if we have a tailwind. If we luck out and get a tailwind going, we could do that. So yeah, that's the deal. Let me just check something. Let me just check the weather again here, because if before we get ready to go, if we could change it. No, okay. What about KORD? If we can change either one right now, this would be the time to try to do it now before we spawn in. Okay, we're still good. It's got a crosswind, but that's okay. I can live with a crosswind. Okay, so, but we'll keep an eye on that throughout the flight, and if we have to change anything, we'll go for it. So, all right. I think. Oh, so yeah. Once we spawn in, I'm going to adjust the time. It's scheduled to depart 6:47 Pacific Coast time. So we're gonna advance the time to like 6:10 or something like that. We're probably gonna leave early, but that's okay. We'll be close to it. But at least it will have a little bit of light in the air, just a little bit. But it'll definitely be sunny by the time we get closer to Chicago. So, all right, let's go ahead. If there's no other comments or concerns or anything, we'll go ahead and spawn in, get our aircraft started up, push back, and have a short little taxi over to 10 left here, and then we'll be in the air. Yeah, so that's good that we're not far from our departure runway. So, yeah. Now I looked it up. This is the gate. This is the gate basically where this flight's going to depart from today. So there we go. Now they're flying in a Boeing 739. That's the only drawback. I don't have a Boeing 739, and I'm not going to even try to do it in the Braddock 737. So anyway, all right, let's go ahead and get in here and get things going. It's probably going to be a quiet chat today, so that's okay. Wait a minute, why is that on? Oh, you know what? Hold on a second. There was a small update because I'm on the beta. Yeah, there was a small update. I just All right, let me get this all reset, folks. Sorry. I didn't even think about that. Nope. Apply. There we go. All right. Oh, before we start up, let me almost could have put in a little bit more. 80%. Just to be on the safe side. I'm sure we were not going to use all of it, but all right. Let's get our time adjusted as best as possible. Ah. That's close enough. We'll go with that. All right. Let's get our aircraft started up. Now I gotta remember. Yep. There we go. 7,000. All right. Uh-oh. Oh, hold on a second. Our thing didn't start up. Our whatchamacallits didn't turn on. I just realized that. Oh, don't tell me this is gonna be one of those times. All right, let's do the time change after we get the aircraft started up. Let's see this. Yep, my stuff is not turning on. Fan-frickin-tastic. Where's my external power? Hold on, folks. This is going to be one of those mornings, I can tell already. Should be a light that says ground power available. I would think. Let's go back here. Where's external power? Aha! Alright, let's turn that on and see if we... Nope. Alright. Oh my goodness. Alright, we're gonna have to turn the... good morning, Daniel. Sorry. I'm trying to solve a a sim problem here. It's not wanting to cooperate, so I apologize. Alright, let's turn the... Let's do that first. Nope. Son of a gun. Alright. We're gonna have to do this. We're gonna have to try a different way here because for some reason the power is not connecting there. I don't know why, but maybe the power is off over in that part of the airport right now. Oh, yeah. All right, let's try this again. Let's go. Let's just start over here somewhere, right? I don't care at this point because this is gonna annoy me. KORD. Left, arrive. IFR low. And let me make sure it's still showing us 10 left, or if it's changed now. Yep, okay. So city 10. And we're doing a ILS 10 left approach here. And our arrival route is... where did it go? That one. Okay. All right. Let's try this again. Oh, I will. This is unexpected. I don't know why it's not doing something like it's kind of weird, but let's see. Hopefully by changing the departure gate. That we luck out. Let's see. Let's just try turning on the external power first. There it was. That's what it was. I don't know why this thing doesn't. 9,000. Where's my taxi truck? Aye! It's like nobody wants to work at San Francisco right now. Oh my god. Alright, hold on, I forgot to add my fuel in. Oh. No taxi, or no tugs to push us back. Gate has no power to it. That's just fantastic, you know? Alright, let's get our lights on. Alright, well, oh, I gotta check. Alright, looks good as far as I can tell. Alright, let's get that changed back there. That. Probably going to do a no-no here. Yeah, I know. It's okay, Paradox. I know. Choice. I didn't want to get the plane stuck on a building or something, trying to turn. Yeah, I think they are, Daniel. It wouldn't surprise me. They're like, oh, it's Saturday and it's raining. I'm not coming to work. Screw it. See, I wonder though, like, so where we were supposed to take off from, the one that I had already, I picked, that's the real world gate for this departure. I wonder if see, I don't know how the code would work for the what do you call it? For like the power at the airport at the gate. Like, why would it connect the external power? Unless there's a broken part of the code in the saying, "Oh, there's no power here. Try again, jackass." You know. Yeah, it's cold here. We had a little bit of a frost last night. It was chilly this morning when I got up. I had to put my little sweater on. Yeah. All right, so yesterday's lesson that we learned, right? When we get in the air, we're going to have to probably tell the aircraft to speed up, maybe, because we did take off over we were pretty low over Bristol when we took off. So we'll see how we do today. If we have to tell the aircraft to speed up, then we will, if it comes down to it. But hopefully we won't have to. Yeah, see, that's what I don't know either, but how can I get my system started up? I tried starting with the APU and nothing turned on, so I think there's a glitch of some kind, or I don't know. It's hard to say. We're dusting the snow overnight. They've been telling us we're expecting one and then it never happens, but it got a little chilly last night, that's for sure. So, alright, let's go ahead and get over here and get in the air and get on our way to Chicago. It's going to be a bit of a flight, so. Because there wasn't a choice. Because then you would have to have a ground power unit to power the aircraft until everything started up. So, I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, well, where I live in New York, we generally have a mild winter for most of it, and then towards the end is when we get blasted, if we do. It's very, very weird that way. But so far, it's been a little chilly. We've had a little bit of snow here and there, but nothing. It doesn't stick around for very long. Yeah. So, yeah, it's really difficult to say. But we've had times where here where I live, we've had like almost 5 feet of snow, and it shuts down everything. Like it takes them a long time to dig everything out because there's no place to put the snow. If it melts, it's going to go into the river near here, and then they have to worry about flooding. So yeah, it's a very strange situation. All right, we're almost there to our runway. Not the best weather here in San Francisco, that's for sure. We would have had such a shorter trip to our gate. Somebody must not be using live weather there. They're landed up. They're lined up on the same runway that I'm taking off from, except they're on 28 right. Just having a cold snap over here. The last few days have been dry and frosty. Oh. Wow. Yeah, I think if we get a couple of feet or more than the little airport here where I live, they shut it down. All right. Now I'm gonna apologize in advance, folks, if the sim crashes and I can't rescue it in time. I apologize in advance if we have any kind of technical issues that are beyond our control. We'll be above the clouds here in a moment, folks. At least I hope so. No, this is new. I don't think I've ever taken off or landed this way. I don't even know if you can land this way at San Francisco. I think they would prefer it because you got to come in, not maybe so much at an angle. It just seems like it would be. I've landed in bad weather. It's not fun, but it's not bad. It's just a little bumpy coming in on approach, but this area is not so bad unless there's like a really bad storm in the area. It's usually a pretty smooth landing. It's just that for the most of it, you're over the water, and of course, if you look out and the plane's bumping. All right, there he goes. Then yeah, it can get ugly. All right, let's go. We got a very long runway, so we'll have plenty of space to get up to speed here before we lift the nose nose up. There we go. Oh, wait a minute. Where's my... I can't see, because... Where's the field light? Alright, here we go. Oop. All right. All right. That's weird because it's usually bright or dim or off. Morning, Mick. How are you? Sorry, we've had some technical issues this morning. How are you? Nice to see you here. Hopefully you're well. Ow. Where's my... Now... Goodness. What? What is happening to my lights here today? All my instrument lights have turned off. Something's not right today. I don't know what it is, but there we go. Now we can see. A little bumpy coming out. That's all right. All right. Leave the takeoff lights until we're up a little bit higher. Okay. Well, finally on our way here. So, Vic, you missed it. Spawned into a gate that is the real world gate for this flight. No power at all, so I couldn't turn on my systems at all. And so we had to respawn, we had to refile everything. So now we're finally on our way. Had a little bit of a taxi to get over to our departure runway on a way that we normally... I've never taken off from 10 left or right. I figured I better push the B button on the keyboard to update my activity. Go on, so I will be testing over the weekend. If all goes well, we'll be back on stream. Nice. Excellent. Glad to hear. Hopefully it all works out. Yeah, I was surprised because I kept looking. I was like, I wonder if Pulse is going to stream. And I looked and I looked and I looked. And after a while, I was like, well, you know what? It doesn't seem like anybody's streaming tonight. So I just kind of was lazy the rest of the evening. Oh, look at that. Look at that sun in the clouds. We got to get a picture of that for sure. Is it 210? Really? Did I understand that correctly? I better double check. Yep, okay. There we go. Finally, we're getting above the clouds there. That's a well-lit aircraft right there. I like it. Ooh, ooh, look at that turn. Looks like a fighter jet there. Showing off that virtual pilot right now. Why you couldn't show off and turn the power on at the gate? That's what I want to know. Oh, speaking of pilots, did it for me? No, it was like a surprise. Like something just wasn't working, and I'm like, why isn't this? Why is the thing not starting up? And like all my stuff would be dark, and I'm like, okay, let me click on the power, the thing for the power at the gate, the ground power, or whatever. So yeah, it was just but I was gonna say, oh, that's what I was gonna say. So the Navy pilot that I follow on YouTube, Growler Jams, apparently has been reassigned. Well, not reassigned, like he got in trouble or something, but he got his next assignment is actually at the one of the flight schools for Navy pilots. They're in Texas. You fly the T-45s. So so the F-18 Growler videos are pretty much over for now, unless he's got stuff he hasn't posted. He probably will, but so that's his new adventure, which is pretty awesome, I think. You know, he's going to teach new pilots some stuff, and yeah, so that's kudos to him. I left him a nice message on his when he posted on a community thing, and I said, you know, hey, I was in the Army, but I always loved naval aviation, so good for you that you got the you know, got that assignment, and hopefully the pilots learn a lot from him and all that. So he was pretty appreciative of it. He left a little hard on the message. Yeah, so we'll get some videos of the I'll post them on my Discord to link them. He did a nice I think it was his first video he did the other day. He posted it where they did he said it was a perfect break over the airfield, and they came back around and landed. So good stuff. So you continue to tip me. What if I don't want to continue? What if I want to get off this flight right now? What if I don't want to go on this ride? What are you going to do? Yeah, pretty awesome. So I said, you know, I really like the videos where you do the cat shots off the aircraft carrier, and then it's really awesome to see the parking of these aircraft on the aircraft carriers, because they get close to the edge, but you don't realize that the nose wheels back a bit, so you got all this overhang, and it looks like you're just like, oh my god, he's gonna go right over the edge, and then he swings it around and parks, and it's fine. So yeah. Pretty awesome stuff. All right, we're finally, I think, on our way. I think things have smoothed out a bit. Oh, let's just run some lights here. We need the wing lights on more. There we go. We're a semi-well-lit plane, but it'll work. So we are definitely trying to think where we would be. Oakland's way back there. should be almost over the northern Central Valley, I think. That's At the end of the day, you can't pay for something that's broken, so we'll look elsewhere and get out of that contract. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So we'll keep that up. Just a little bit of light now. We don't need everything all lit up. Keep a little bit of light here. We don't want we don't want the yeah. I don't know, like something's happened with the automatic checklist. Like starting up the APU, the stuff isn't starting correctly. So that's the only drawback, but that's okay. It's easily solvable because part of it is usually you gotta click on one of the fuel see, now I'm worried. I know the APU is not supposed to be on, but I thought the batteries would have to be on. So to start up the APU, usually there's one fuel pump that you have to switch on, right? And then, in the A310, it shows, it's like there's like a number 2 pump that you click on, that power sends fuel to your APU to get the power starting and all that kind of stuff. So, if there's no fuel, then you can't start your APU. So then you have to I just hit all the fuel pumps regardless, and then I hit the APU bleed, and then the APU start, and then it usually works. But yeah, lately it's not working like I expected to. So I don't know. So it looks like this time our airspeed is working as intended, so that's good. So we're cruising along at 320 knots as we climb, and then we'll go to Mach here pretty soon, I believe. And luckily, we do have a 77 knot tailwind pretty much, that should help us get there a little bit quicker. So as long as we have that tailwind, I think we'll do pretty good. So then, for those who missed it earlier, basically what's going to happen is once we get to a certain point, we're going to look for a waypoint called Kato, and at there, Kaato. We're gonna check the weather at Chicago, and if the runway that we picked 10 left isn't the best option because the winds have changed, then we're gonna refile the arrival part. We'll pick a different runway and a different arrival portion and all that kind of stuff, and I'll hopefully that will go well. We'll see. Hopefully, I don't know. I'm kind of leery of trying to change it mid-flight. You know what? Maybe I won't, only because I feel like I need to practice with it first. Like maybe sometime later today I'll refly this route, and then see if if I do it later today, the weather will change for sure. But I just might try it just to see. Because what I'm afraid of is that if we pick the different ILS, pick arrival, and we go the VIA, I don't know what the VIA is. That's the only thing. Well, I guess I could look that up. I don't know. I'm a bit nervous about trying to do that. I have a feeling the may cause the sim to crash. Look at that sun in the clouds. Fantastic. You know, I think they're high enough the cabin crew can start the passengers out of their seats. Take my vitamins here real quick. Yeah, Daniel, the lighting here in this sim, when everything looks good, it's a fantastic view. Um, so yeah, I really like it. And what I like right now, it does feel like we're going, you know, like we're climbing, and so the clouds do give us a sense of speed. Whereas if you're over, you know, if it's sunny or whatever, it would just feel like it's like we're taking our time getting there. But with the clouds, you know, that's one of the things I do like flying through clouds, as long as there's not a lot of bumpy and whatnot. But you do get a sense that oh, look at that, there's some snow down there, it looks like. Snow, or is that just rock? Might be, I don't know, it could be both. Yeah, so the clouds do give you a better sense of speed because, you know, you're flying through them. So yeah, it looks good. You got the sun coming up. Yeah, good stuff. Oh, I thought somebody was behind us in the F-18. I don't know if they were trying to fly with us. So then there's this issue back here. I don't know what's going on back there. That doesn't look. It's like it's going onto a ramp. What is that? That doesn't look right. I don't know. I guess that's something that I don't know how they could fix that, but look at, it's kind of weird, isn't it? But oh well. All right, finally we're on our way. Young Yachty's is missing all this excitement. Poor kid, he's probably all tuckered out for some reason or another. Should be climbing, I think, see, I didn't even check that. I should have checked our cruising altitude. Oh, 3 now. I almost feel like we're going high altitude, not low altitude. All right, there we go. Now we're starting to climb. I hate the sound stutter. It always worries me. I know I keep saying that. I just feel like at any moment that means that there's impending doom and this whole thing is going to crash. I hope I'm wrong, but so far I've been wrong, but one of these times I'm going to be right. Then I might say some unpleasant words. He'll probably come in. Lately, he's been doing his usual. He comes in right at the end. Well, there's plenty of flying, so. Let me ask. Can you all hear the stuttering with the sound, or are you not hearing it? Is it only me? Does it sound like the engines are kind of like there's like a bit of a stutter or something? Like just now? Can anybody hear it, or am I imagining things? Oh, okay. I would think here soon, at some point where we would talk to the Salt Lake Center. We are going to fly over Salt Lake City. So yeah, if we got a tailwind, that should help us on our fuel economy, for sure. We're doing almost about 0.8. We're cooking pretty good. Still got that good tailwind pretty much. 70 knots. I think that's knots. Is it knots or miles an hour? Either way, we got a nice tailwind pretty much. I can't. Okay. It might just be on my end. That's fine. So this is one of our larger chunks here, the Zigby. I think that's our first large chunk of the flight, and then we might have a couple of medium ones and a couple more long chunks, and then we'll be there before we know it. So, stuff. I'm going to have a little bit more coffee here. Oh, a few more donuts, I think. Today's flight is partnered with Parasox Airlines, virtual airline for Scruffy Tam. So all of our miles, our frequent flyer miles, are going to count towards Parasox Air today. Parasox Air. You're only required to wear 2 different socks on this flight. That's unique. Plain, boring socks. The end. For those of you who don't know, Scruffy, if you go and watch his stream, if you hit !socks, SOCKS, he has a sock cam, and he'll show you his socks of the day. And sometimes his socks are handmade socks from another streamer named Kaharia. Her mom made those socks and sent them to Scruffy. And every once in a while he'll wear those, but he's got some really unique socks, and they never match, ever. Now, I think most of you who've known me for a while know that my mom's side of the family came from Chicago originally. My great-grandmother on my mom's side had a bar open during Prohibition, and the rumor is, I don't know if it's true, but the story I was told was that Al Capone visited her bar during Prohibition. I don't know if it's true or not, but that's what I was told. It'd be cool if it is true, but that's the story, and I guess I'll stick to it from now until proven otherwise. So, let's see what other speed breaks there are. We're still in the correct D10. Yeah, CL, yep. All right, now we can take a nap while we fly. Everything looks good. We just put the alarms on and we can go to sleep. Sleep off the hangover. Maybe see if the one of the flight attendants can, cabin members can bring us a little breakfast or something. Maybe a couple sausage biscuits or something, or scramble up some eggs or something. I don't know. I was watching a video last night on YouTube where this guy travels all over Japan. He makes these travel videos, and in the rail stations there in Japan, and this was around the Tokyo area, they have these pods. One of them is a work pod where you can reserve it. So like say you're traveling and you've got some hours between trains and you got work to do, you can go in there and they have a oh, there you go, Daniel. It's got like connections to charge your phone. You can plug your laptop in and do all this stuff. And as long as it's reserved, so like say you're working and you're there for like 3 hours, if during that time, say an hour and a half in, you want to go to the restroom and go get something to eat, you can, because you can go in and out as long as you have it's still within your time limit. If you leave after that, then your time's over and you'd have to purchase it again. He was in there for, I think he did like over an hour, and it cost for that hour $13 US technically. But it it's got a little chair, a little desk and everything, a little light switch, and it's got a screen if you want to plug in your laptop to the screen so you could see things better or something. And it's glazed glass or whatever, so nobody can see in what you're doing. You know, if you're whatever you're working on or whatever other things you might be doing in there. Then there's also sleep pods that have it's not like a huge bed, but it's like a almost like a recliner, but you can go in there and take a nap for a couple hours or whatever. And so, but it's got like a little I think it's got like a little bathroom or something. I don't remember, but that one might be a little bit more expensive. But it's amazing that they have that stuff. Because if you're traveling for business or whatever, I just got to sleep for a little while, because sometimes people don't really want to sleep on the train because they want to see the sights, or it's more exciting unless it's an overnight and you got one of those sleeper cars, but sleeper cabin on the train. But yeah, cool stuff. But it has like a it's got an air circulator system that the air is constantly replaced every like 5 minutes or something like that. And of course it has like hand sanitizer and all that. Yeah, pretty cool stuff. You know what I should do? Not that it's asked me to do that, but I do want to give that, so I don't hear any unnecessary the other thing I was watching all kinds of silly stuff last night on YouTube. I saw there's Salt Lake Center. I was right. When Debbie Harry from Blondie was a guest star on the Muppet Show back in the day, it was absolutely hilarious. She did a version of Rainbow Connection or something like that with Kermit the Frog, and yeah, it was pretty cool. Pretty cool stuff. All right, let me find. Let me find this video. Let me go to those actually. There we go. So if you just want to see some cool naval aviation stuff, go check out Growler Jams. He flew, so the F-18 Growler is like the electronic countermeasure aircraft, I do believe, if I remember correctly. I think I'm right. Sometimes I'm wrong. You never know. But like I said, he's now assigned to a teaching assignment there in Texas. So he will be passing on all of his knowledge to future naval aviators, I think even marine aviators. So yeah, pretty cool stuff. And he's already got his first video in the T-45. But if you want to see like cat shots, he does videos where he's done tanking stuff over Kuwait, where they'll connect to a AC-135, and it's amazing. Like one of the last videos he showed, they were actually turning. They were in like a right, kind of a lazy right turn, and he's still connected to the probe. He's still tanking up. Uh-oh. Better bundle up there, Daniel. Better get the hot cocoa going. Yeah. So yeah, dude, go check him out. I don't know if he may rename his channel or something. I don't know, but yeah, do go give him a follow if you would, please. Lots of his videos are like 10 minutes or so. They're very short. It's pretty cool. You get to see over his left shoulder, and all that. Back to work tomorrow. What? No, you need another week off, Daniel. I'm gonna call your boss and say Daniel needs another week off. He's not ready yet. He needs a vacation from the vacation. Yeah, it usually does when you're on vacation. You're just like, oh, it, it's not like I don't think I got the sense like you did anything that wasn't that big of a deal. So I don't know, like, but the time flew. It's like, and I do it like a weekend. I'll be like, oh, I got to do these things, and I'll just kind of be like, I'm gonna watch TV. Next thing I know, it's like late afternoon. I'm like, where did the time go? So yeah, I completely understand that. Here in about a little while, I'm gonna step away. I'm gonna run downstairs and get some laundry started. Before I forget. I meant to do it yesterday, and then when I was ready to, somebody already had their wash in, so yeah, I'll do it Saturday night. Try to get it done before. Hello, Sergeant Staff. How are you? Nice to see you here. I'm doing okay. Had a little bit of a technical issue this morning over in SFO. The did not want to give me external power connection, so we couldn't start up all of our screens were dark. I couldn't dial in our initial altitude, so I had to refile everything and get a different gate. And then there was no tug to push me back, so I had to. I know so I had to use the reverse thrust on the engines to back up out of the gate. It wasn't like a very far, but it's probably not the right thing to do with the engines. But what can you do? It's like nobody was wanted to work. I suffer from TTS. What is TTS? I'm not sure what TTS is. I don't think I've ever heard of that before. Technician too stupid. That sounds somewhat similar to what my dad, when he used to work at years ago, a long time ago, when MCI was around, which was a telephone. I think they were like a telecommunications company. That I don't know if they got bought out by somebody, but yeah, he would do like computer room stuff, and so he was like on call, and after a while he wouldn't go in. He would ask the person calling him, like, they would page him, and so he'd call in and like, oh, it's not working, da, da, da. So he'd go in there, and all it was somebody didn't hit the right switch. And so now he's after that he said, nope, I'm going to walk you through it. Before I go over there, we're going to troubleshoot it over the phone, and 9 times out of 10 he could deal with it over the phone, and he wouldn't have to go in. But he was like, oh, those effing idiots. All they didn't hit the power switch. So yeah. But yeah, but we're on our way. We're fine now. We're cruising we talked to Salt Lake Center. So we should be near Salt Lake, I think. If we haven't passed over already. But we got a nice tailwind, so we're doing pretty good, I think. We're on our first big chunk. We're coming to the end of our first big chunk of the flight. So, but that's okay. But yeah, then when the tug thing happened, I'm just like, what happened? I even tried adjusting the time so that it, maybe it was like, oh, there's nobody there, but there's red-eye flights, so there's generally a ground crew there at all times, I would think, whether it's planes coming in or departing. Denali with a, ooh, nice. Denali, ooh. Excellent stuff. I really enjoyed your stream yesterday, Sergeant Staff. That was really awesome. Great work with the video and the pictures and everything. Fantastic. Matter of fact, let's give Sergeant Staff a shout out. Let me make sure I'm doing it right. Yeah, if you guys want to learn some stuff about the Great Lakes region and the ships that have been sunk there, Sergeant Staff is your go-to streamer. Absolutely amazing stuff. All kinds of detail, pictures of the crew and the captains, and period pictures, and oh God, Christmas tune. I didn't realize that. That's awesome. So yeah, really fantastic stuff. A lot of history, a lot of stuff that I never knew. But there's all these ships that are at the bottom of the Great Lakes, and yeah, all kinds of stuff. So yeah, if you go give them a... Oh, nice. That's awesome. Yeah, if you like history stuff, and do join his Discord, because if you wanted to go through the pictures again, he posts them on his Discord as well. 6,000 wrecks estimated. Yeah, that's a lot of tonnage over the years. Yeah, you go give him a follow. Absolutely amazing stuff. He does, like he said, he puts a lot of work putting together the whole presentation. So when he'll do a little break kind of thing, and he'll show the video with the ships and whatever one he's happened to talking about. Yeah, really good stuff. Really enjoyed that. Alright, so we passed. Oh, so we got our next major leg here to Borzy. Yeah, because there's so much to learn that you don't know. Like, that history is not a well-known history. It's not like something you learn. Maybe if you were in the area, live in that area, you would know about some of it, but it's not something you would learn normally any other way. So, yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff. Yeah, and the quality of it is, I'm sure, like, in the beginning it was a bit of a struggle because you're trying to figure out how to put it all together, but I think if I'd seen you at the very beginning until now, I'm sure there's a nice, progression of the quality of your stuff. Yeah, absolutely, that's true too. So yeah, it's amazing, all that stuff put together. So yeah. Yeah, it's really fascinating, because then you're hearing about. I think the one thing I like about it is you're hearing about people's lives from a different time, and how they were living, and what they were dealing with, kind of thing, with their work, especially on the ships. It's inherently dangerous work, and they did it because, like you said, that stuff impacts the rest of the country, and maybe even globally it could impact global economics in a way. So yeah, it's amazing stuff. But I really like the period pictures. Yeah. Exactly. All right, we got cloudy skies. Looks like most of the way here. But look at that. Look at the sense of speed where we got because of the clouds. Like, why are we doing this? It sounds like somebody just. Uh-oh. Something's not right. Hold on, folks. My number 2 engine has some kind of an issue here. Look at that. The number 2 engine's gone down to 9%. Hold up, hold up, hold up. What just happened to my number 2 engine? Is it frozen? I don't have the icing on. Something it just turned off. What just? I wonder, is that like normal? Hold on, now I'm worried. Oh, I hear the sound of the crash. That I've never experienced this before. I mean, we're still flying it. Well, no, our Mach number is dropping. Okay, something's not right. Hold on, let me see. Engine bleeds are on. Something's not right. Oh man, this is not good. We're losing speed and we're going to lose altitude here pretty soon. Yep, we're already starting to lose altitude. Oy, oy, oy. Oh boy, this is not good. Oh, where is my engine start? Out. No, that's the master switch there. Yeah, because we have an emergency there, jackass. Oh. Let's see if we can restart it. Come on, plane. Restart the engines. Come on. Come on. It's trying. It's trying, I think. Actually, I think I gotta start the APU. Oop. All right. It might. Oh, Hold on. I think it's starting again. I think we got it. I think we got it. It says 8, 9. Okay, I think we did it. I think we did it. I think we did it. We did it. It's starting again. Suck on that simulator. Yeah, we're getting power back. There we go. There we go. Oh man, I like that. Yeah, Sergeant Staff. I like history too. Uh, Learned a lot of World War II history from my grandfather. All right, so now we're climbing. We're starting to climb. Yeah, I can't expedite because aircraft is a little bit crazy right now. Okay, so now the next thing would be, I think what I gotta do is go, turn the auto throttle off, back on. Still not going fast. Expedite button is not working. All right, let's see if we can figure this out. Why isn't the is it not at all? It's like the auto. Looks like the auto throttle stuck at. Okay. Now that's going to be the tricky part. Now the sim's telling me to suck it now because I cannot get it to speed up. Is that all the batteries on? Is that it? No, that shouldn't be it. Why is it not speed up? Alright, we're climbing. Maybe if we get back to 390. maybe it'll start to speed back up. We got a nice tailwind, so that shouldn't have impacted anything. All right, maybe let's try this. Nope, that didn't change anything. Oh, hold on a second. Sorry, I'm. Hey, Ventral Squid. Sorry, I've had a bit of a engine malfunction here on our trip to Chicago. My right engine, the number 2 engine, completely shut down. And so I had to restart everything, and we lost altitude. We're climbing back to 39,000 feet, but my speed has not increased. Let's see if I do that. That kind of wakes it up. Does that do it? No. Sorry, I'm trying not to ignore the chat. I'm just trying to figure out why we're not, speed's not increasing, but we're on a slow climb back to 390. So that should negate here in the ATC being stupid with us. Flaps are not down, nothing else is down. We're still losing altitude. Don't have the icing on. That's the thing. I did actually. Hold on. Let me double check my assistant stuff. That would be under failure. Yeah, so icing effect is off, so it's not that. We're still losing speed. That's what worries me. It's barely holding at Mach 6263. 0.6263. 6. I don't think this thing this thing can handle Mach 6. We'd be in trouble. What still struggling. We're still losing altitude. We're not climbing. I can't expedite anything. That's the thing. So my speed is not. Yeah, see, we're still losing speed. Something's not right. Oh, see, yep, it's starting to lose altitude again. Alright, turn the auto throttle off. And the engines went up to 91%. So we're climbing, but we're not gaining speed right now. Nope. Still not wanting to climb. Why is this not working? You know what I wonder it is? If it's, Ah, no! Damn it! That's not what I wanted. Damn it. Alright, now it seems like it's, hold on, we're speeding up now. Why did it suddenly change? You know what? I think I know what it is. I know what it is. I know what it is. 390 is too high. I think that's what it is. I think that's what it is. 390 is too much. Let's see if that works now. So it's still not speeding up. Turn off the auto throttle. Now it sounds like it's speeding up. Okay, let's try that and see if we can get back to 0.75 at least. Something's not right. We got a tailwind. It's not like we're flying into a headwind. Put the anti-ice on, even though we don't have icing on. It's slowly climbing in speed. Okay. 6.4. As long as we keep going higher in speed, I think I'm okay with that. Something happened though. Like, I don't know if we don't have failures on. Put failures in anything? I don't think I did. Hold on, let me look. Nope. Systems. Failures are all off. I don't know. Something's not right now all of a sudden. Like now, yeah, something's not right with the sim. Something's happened. It was like, look, my thing was over here and it was highlighting stuff over here. Right? Something's not right. Alright, we're starting to gain speed. That's a good sign. Finally. Yeah, I know, huh? I've never, this is a whole new, I've never experienced anything like this before. This is strange. What in the world is on? Alright, so we're still working on, it's starting to speed up, so that's a good sign. As long as we're still our speed is increasing, then I think we're okay. Alright, where are we at for 66 nautical miles to Boise? We still got like another couple hours in the air, at least 3. So I wonder if there's a glitch in the flight. With the speed that's programmed in the FMS or FMC, whatever you want to call it. Let's see if we go to 370. Let's go with 1,000. See how we do with that. Alright, so we got back to 0.75 Mach. Sorry folks, I'm yeah, it sure hasn't. Yeah, eventful. Maybe so. Something happened. Yeah, because I did make the joke about the flight, the the flight deck crew can take a nap because everything's going well. Yeah, right. All right, now if I go to let's check this. Right, let's see if does it keep it at, does it go to 0.78? Six. I think we kind of solved the problem. Even, see, I think this is supposed to be, this aircraft is supposed to be rated at like 40,000 feet, but I wonder if, I think what happened, and I might be wrong here, I think 390 is a bit much for this aircraft in live weather over, yeah, like it's super cold out, right? At 390, it's even colder. I don't think this plane could handle it. I don't think it was meant to cruise at 390. So I think that's what killed the engine. I think that's what did it, quite honestly. I should have, even though I think technically it's supposed to be pressurized to 39, at least 41 I thought, but I might be wrong. The safer area is right about here at 370. Like if we were in a 747, I think we would have been fine, because it's used to that kind of high altitude. But, okay. So now, see, now it's going 8. Now if I put the auto throttle back on, let's see what it does now. Okay, now it's, see, now it's going off, but it's going to slow down. But the engines aren't off completely. Okay, I think we got it. I think we got it now. I think it was the altitude, quite honestly. I think that's what it was. Never a dull moment. I should have checked it before I filed the flight plan. I should have checked the altitude. I think 370 for these is like the best. Like that's the sweet spot right there. I think that's what it was. We went too high. These engines couldn't handle that altitude. All right, complimentary drinks for the entire everybody. Everybody gets a free cocktail now, courtesy of United Airlines. All right, so if we stick around about my own. Sergeant Staff's like, even the cocktails are suspect now. Yep, I think that's what it was. It was the altitude. I'm tired of talking to Salt Lake Center. Can we talk to Denver? Can we talk to somebody else? I think Salt Lake Center jinxed us. All right. Okay, I think we solved the problem now. So, lesson learned. I've got my bucket tea. There you go. Daniel, that's right, Daniel doesn't drink. That's okay. So, lesson learned. we got to check our expected cruise altitude. If it's close to where it's going to cause problems for the aircraft, we should drop below that, at least a couple thousand feet. So that was my mistake for not checking that this morning. If we had done that ahead of time and we'd just been cruising at 370 the entire time, I don't think we would have had this issue. I don't think so. So I think that's what it was. But luckily we did get the number 2 engine restarted, the right engine. Didn't think that was going to happen. So luckily we got that figured out. And there we go. Never a dull moment. So, I did meant to say, Goonie Goat, thank you for the follow the other day. I'm not sure if you're in here or not, but thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. I saw that you followed me while Sergeant Staff was streaming, so I wanted to say thank you. All right. I think we're in better shape. We're going to live right here at 370 the rest of the way. And that'll be that. One of your originals. Yeah, that's what I heard. Mick is one of my originals. So is Ambella. So is Daniel. So is Joseph. Yeah. We had one more original, and I haven't, nice. There's Amilla. Speak of the devil. Yeah, I've got a few originals. Oh, like I was saying the other day, we've all known each other for quite some time. We've met in other streams before. You missed it, Amilla. We had our, we were cruising along just fine. The right engine completely shut down. Just about, it was like at 8%. We were losing altitude. Able to restart the engine finally. And I think what it was is that we were too high of an altitude, and which caused the compression in the right engine just couldn't handle it. So, or whatever, the air compression, all that good scientific stuff wasn't working. Got the aircraft restarted, or the engine restarted, and we went. So we're cruising at 370 the rest of the way to Chicago. So yeah, you missed it. Joseph even missed all the excitement. He would have been freaking out in the chat. Yeah, this is the LVFR A319. I don't think it's a developer thing. It's not a problem with the plane itself. I think it's just that we were at too high of an altitude. The air was too thin for these engines. Now, these are older generation engines right here. So 390 is probably not where it should be living at in the air. So we got it sorted. We got a bit of a tailwind, so we're still doing pretty good, I think, overall. It's just that, it's going to be a little bit, we're doing this little elevator action. You see it goes up and then down, up and then down. So, you know what, just out of safety concerns for the, I should have put that on a long time ago, but that's okay. Yeah. So I think that's what it ended up being. So we still got quite a bit of flying left to do. Let's zoom out to 320 nautical miles here. So yeah, we're on our way to Slater? Yeah, Slater, way out there, right there. And then we have a close one, so we've had a couple big chunks in the flight right now. So we're going to live right here at 37,000 feet. We're going to cruise at 0.75 Mach. I think that's reasonable. I think we're going to be okay. I'm wondering, well, see, mine's doing the same thing. It's not like keeping it right at 370, where normally it stays pretty level consistently. So I don't know if it's a weather bug or something, possibly. I have no idea. Yeah, with the PMDG 737, I couldn't tell you how or why that is, other than it may be something with the weather in the sim overall is causing it. I don't know. That's a good question, but I have no idea how to uh, resolve that. So, yeah, I think it's just one of those weird things in the sim that it just um, doesn't want to work, or it's got its issues or whatever. So, yeah. So lesson learned: always check your altitude for your cruising. If it seems like it's going to be too much on the plane, drop it a little bit. It's okay. I had oh, I had a chicken burrito bowl from Chipotle. Had to think about it. Oh, I had dinner, but what did I have? All right, I think we're back in the safe zone here. We'll continue. Oh, look, we finally got out of all those clouds. Oh, we got this nice snowy landscape here. Look at that. Chilly. Yeah, because sometimes I think it's just that the weather, whatever they're trying to do to try to like make the weather more realistic, it's like it's one extreme or the other. Either it's like very unrealistic and you don't have any turbulence at all, and then you have an extreme where you got all these crazy winds and your plane's all over the place. So I think that's part of the problem. They're trying to sort that out. I think that's what I understand to be the case right now. So we've been in the air for, what's our flight time? An hour and 36 minutes. So I think we still got another 2 hours or so. We're gonna monitor the fuel. Like I think I did put enough fuel on board. However, comma pause for effect. All that craziness might have cost us a little bit of fuel. That's part of the problem. All right, Sergeant Staff. Nice to see you. Thank you for stopping by. Greatly appreciate you being here. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday. I hope we have a great rest of the flight, because I don't know what else I can do. Whatever else happens, I might just say screw it and just put it right in the ground. Call it a day. Or just try to land at the nearest airport if it came to it, but I think we'll be okay. Hey, no problem at all. I had a chicken burrito bowl from Chipotle. Yeah, always happy to help out, Sergeant Staff. Anything I can do to get more people interested in your channel, I definitely. All right, finally we're talking to Denver approach. Yeah, happy to do that. You know, gotta pay it forward. You know, people have helped me, so gotta spread the love. All right, just oh, they delivered it. They delivered it. I don't have any way to go get it. It's all the way. It's across town over by the university, and I have to try to go all the way there. All right, so far right now, our expected runway is good. I just looked at the weather, so it's still 10 left is our runway there. No, you know you gotta it's a niche thing, but it's good because the more people that appreciate what you do, the more people will be drawn to it. It's a word of mouth thing. Like I think a lot of stream stuff, it starts off word of mouth and then it just grows from there. So no, you got a good thing going. So, oh, it's awesome stuff. All right, we still got a pretty decent tailwind, kind of. Not exactly tail, but we're close enough that it should help with the a little bit with the speed, maybe. I think we're finally out of danger. Yeah, never trust the. I totally forgot about that part. That was my fault. I trusted the sim to give me a proper altitude, and take care, Sergeant Staff. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate it. No, jetliners aren't really your thing, but thank you for coming by and hanging out for a bit. Okay. We ducked some problems there. So I'm gonna leave the flight plan alone. I don't after everything else that's happened, I think we're not gonna try to change the flight plan for a different approach. We're just gonna stick with 10 left regardless, and we'll go from there. So alrighty, well, that was fun. Not. Oh, I'm glad I was able to figure out what it was, but man, I was. I think it's stuck down. So I think, like I said, I think that's what it is. Anyways, all right. We off here. What's left of it? I was going to try to do my laundry while we were flying, but I think I'm not going to leave, except to maybe make a run to the little captain's room. But that's about it. This has worried me significantly, but I think we're okay. But I don't want to be away for too long, if possible. Let's just double check all of our stuff here real quick. That all looks good. Everything's in the green. Okay. All right. Let's zoom out again here and see if we still only have those. I think after this one here, which is Zikru, after Slater, Zikru. Stuff to be brightened up a little bit here. Need this to be a little bit brighter. All right. Anyway, gotta be like a bright button for this. I don't know where it is though. Okay. Oh, you know what we'll do. So Zikru, after Zikru, then I think it's another couple hundred nautical miles. We still got a bunch of like other chunks here in front of us. So this is like an 1100 nautical mile flight. Yes, the streetcars. Yes, I know the historic F line. Um, those are all streetcars from across America, and I think they have a couple. Oh, excuse me, a couple from Italy and I think Brazil. I think, but I know they have a couple from Italy. But they rotate them every so often. Some of them have to go in for extended maintenance, but they have stuff from originally from San Francisco under the old system, and then they have ones from Chicago, Los Angeles, maybe Cleveland. Yeah, that. Yeah, I did. Anytime I've been to the Bay Area, I try to run. I try to get over there at least just to watch them and stop by the museum. Because I think they they generally will show. I think on there's like a display inside the museum when the museum's open that shows what's running and where they're at on the routes. So if there's one in particular you want to ride, if it's like from a certain city or whatever, you can try to find which route it's on. You can get your ticket and all that. Um, I've usually taken it from there's a the museum's there at the Embarcadero, um, near the financial district, and it runs down to Fisherman's Wharf. So, and well, at least when I've ridden them, the price for the ticket isn't really expensive, but it may have gone up now. But yeah, it's pretty cool. Like I've got a ton again on my Flickr page. I think it's linked here on my Discord or my Twitch channel. There's a bunch of pictures. I've gone over there and I sat there the whole day and just taking pictures of them. Yeah, it's really cool. Uh, but yeah, some of them they they do require quite a bit of maintenance because they're really old. But yeah, it's pretty cool stuff. Been on the cable cars always, of course. Well, not always, but ridden those quite a few times. So, but yeah, the historic F line is it's amazing. I think it's run. I don't know if that's run technically by Muni, which is like their. Uh, they handle all the streetcar stuff there on in San Francisco. Yeah, they are like they're all period correct colors. I think. They have like it'll say what city it's from or what country. I think the ones from Italy will say like Milan or something like that. But yeah, I've got pictures of them. I like. Well, I used to like because it's city doesn't. Nah, I don't even want to get into it. But anyway, there's like a behind me would be the ferry building for San Francisco. There's like a little like low wall kind of along where not far from the museum there. Uh, and so they I would you could sit there and you could just watch them go go by, because there's like a little station right there. Basically, they pull up and it's got like an raised platform, I think, kind of, so people can get off safely and all that. Um, but yeah, you could just sit there and watch them all day, if you want to. I think a lot of people who work there in the area, it's there's like a kind of like an outdoor park kind of thing. You can sit there, eat your lunch, and watch them go by. That's the cool part. So, yeah, uh, yeah, because part of it's just it's a history of San Francisco that most people well, not in just San Francisco, but the interurban cars, the street cars, and all that is, unless it's a museum. I think they have one like that in Baltimore. I think, I think they have one up in Chicago or maybe Wisconsin. I forget, but there's a couple areas across America that have uh, stuff like that, and it's great that they do that. So we don't need these lights on now. That's mostly that one. Yeah, that's because I mean that's how most people got around when they working in the city or up where, or they would take the little train trolley whatever thing you want to call it to their job, and then they would go home on that. It's kind of like the elevated trains there in Chicago. That's how people got around. Still do. So yeah, I really like those. It's a lot of fun. All right, we're making our way slowly but surely. So let's see if I can figure out. Look at the map. Wrong way to it. We're going to sleep. Alright, so we gotta be well past that. Talking to Denver. I don't see this name on for that. I know we're past Salt Lake City. There should be one called Kurse, Kurse. I don't see that on our list. It's suspect. I don't move this thing too crazy into me. Nope, I don't see it. So whatever. All right, so I do see. I think. Yeah, so we got Cotto. So and then we have Myers is where we start descending into our. Oh, before after that. Okay, so yeah, we'll start descending here pretty, quite a bit of ways. We still got some place to go here. So yeah. All right. So yeah, we still got quite a ways to go, but it's weird because I'm looking at the plan we hear on SimBrief, but I don't see uh I think it was like a couple bucks, but I think you can get like a day pass maybe. Um, you can get like round all day pass. I think it depends. I think years ago it used to be like $1 or something like that, and I think they've raised it because it is costing them money to maintain them, and so they had to raise the fares a little bit to help pay for the maintenance, parts, and all that. Um, but I don't know how much it is now. I think it's gone up again. Um, so yeah, I don't know. So yeah, it used to be pretty cheap. It was like $1 or something. But I do believe they sell like day passes, so you could ride as often as you want wherever the routes go. I know it goes down. If you leave the Embarcadero, it goes down to Fisherman's Wharf, goes past it, almost goes not quite to the aquatic park, but it does turn eventually, and then it loops back around and goes back, and then it goes another direction. Hold on, I got to talk to my dad real quick. All right, sorry about that, folks. Pops was calling. Got to talk to me real quick. All right. I think what I may do. I think we still got a little bit more flying to do, but we're 18 nautical miles out from Slater, and then I think it's another short run to our. Let's get to our next one after that, and then I think I'm going to take just a quick break away, and we'll get up and stretch my legs a bit, and run to the little captain's room, and then we'll finish up the flight and put it on the ground. So, matter of fact, you know what hasn't happened? I think, you know what? This is a good opportunity. I'm going to go ahead and get the ads rolling, I think. I'm going to try. And then we'll... I haven't seen anything for the ads. That's weird. Man, I'm missing, like, ad revenue. Alright, anyway, I'll be right back, folks. All right, I'm back again. I can check my settings on my ads, because normally by now it would have run a couple times. I mean, we've been streaming for a couple hours now, and I've not seen anything pop up saying that the ads were running, and nobody said I've got a ton of ads, so... anyways. Nautical miles to Sabine. Now let's take a look out again. Oh, shoot! Doggone it! Oh, I hate when I do that. It's highlighted and I think it's locked on, and then all of a sudden I got this. It's one of those days. You know what? I almost nearly canceled this thing today because I was like, something doesn't feel right. And of course, what's happening? Nothing seems to have gone right. Or here or there, but I'm in the trench. Okay. All right. So they have been. It's just that I've not seen anything because normally I get like a warning saying, um, that there's ads pending, or if I want to sleep the ads. Okay. All right. So they're working. Okay. Didn't seem like they were, but okay. Thank you for letting me know. All right. So let's kind of look here ahead. So that takes us all. Okay, there's jugged. So that shows us between here and the end of the flight plan right down here. That's at just under 320 nautical miles. So we got another big chunk here coming up, looks like. And then, yeah, we're doing pretty good, I think, now that things have kind of settled down. But anyways, all right. Let me stop fiddling with switches before I. Yeah, it's yeah. I'll tell you, there was one flight, and I'm trying to remember where was I flying to or from. I don't remember where it was, but a kid had a bullet, like a legit bullet with him on the plane. Pulled it out of his pocket, was like looking at it and everything, and I just happened to look, I'm like, what is this? And the flight attendant saw it, and she was like, what? And then she's like, I am so sorry, because I think I was in uniform. I don't remember. I might have been in uniform while I was flying, but I don't remember. Anyway, yeah. So she's like, you know what? Anything you want to drink, it's on us. I'm like, it's okay. But I was like, how in the world did that get through security? It was like a 9mm bullet. I was like, what in the world is this? Yeah. Kid. Not an adult. Not like a young adult even. It was a kid. Oh, yeah. This was only like, it was after 9/11. I know that. So, but I'm just like, how in the world did that happen? Kid in the pocket, just pulled it out. I was like, what? And I was like in the back of the plane. I was at the bulkhead where you got the little galley behind you and all that, because it was like right near the bathroom and everything. So I'm like, perfect. If I gotta go, it's like right there, because it was a bit of a long flight. I don't remember where I was going to though. But anyway, yeah, I was just like, how in the world? Yeah, couldn't believe it. All right, 160 nautical miles is our next flight here. Yeah, I don't know if the family, if anybody got questioned once we got to our destination, and like if the security was waiting for them to say, we gotta talk a little bit. What's going on here? How did this happen? So yeah, good stuff. Something. Oh, there's been times like, I think when I went out of town last year, when I flew from Virginia to Las Vegas, maybe when I was coming back towards the East Coast, some guy got on there and he was like livid. he was fussing about something, and so then he was like, "Okay, just let me off the plane right now." So we were still tied to the gate, but they had already closed the door. So they told him, and they said, "Well, if we let you out the plane now, we gotta uh, security's got to come get you because we've already secured the aircraft for pushback." And then so he was like, "Well, never mind." They're like, "Too late now. You already." So it was like back and forth. He was fussing, and they finally got him off of there. I think he was highly intoxicated. All right, there it goes. Now it says ads are about to start, so they're getting a few more ads, folks. Sorry. Gotta keep the lights on somehow. So more ads inbound. Yeah, well, he was very unruly. Just everybody else was just kind of like, "Dude, just get off the plane. We're already delayed pushing back because of you." You know. I think he was sitting. I positive he was sitting. I was by the window, and there was a seat between us, I think, and then there was him on the aisle. So yeah, he was a. Wonder where speed. Oh, I don't know, Mella. You know, he's wherever he needs to be. I guess. I don't know. There's no telling. I try not to ask or wonder anymore. He shows up when he wants to. That's the way I look at it. It is what it is. As somebody else has mentioned to me before, Joseph will live his life, and that's what he should be doing. Agree with that? That's his right view. And all right, I think we can go ahead and turn off the seatbelt sign now. Yeah, we're out of danger now. Just don't know why this. There's gotta be another thing that has the another brightness style. Oh, that's 0. I don't know. There's still lights here somehow, and I don't know where it's from. Oh well. So, you know, he's got his thing going on, and it is what it is. He'll be here, like I said. He'll probably pop in just as we're on approach, and then he'll be like, "I'm here." He missed all the excitement. That's okay though. It's his I shan't ask any further. Learned not to. Right? Yeah. Usually that's what happens. You know, when he's in that mode or whatever you want to call it, that's when he'll show up. That's fine. It is what it is, like I said. So it's okay. But I've learned that I shouldn't wire any further. So it's okay. I know there's a lot of us have known him for quite some time, and we love him to death, and we care about him, and we just like to know that he's safe. That's the main thing, but he's an adult, and he's going to live his life the way he wants to. I just had some little donuts so far, Amela. I know I'll eat here once we're on the ground. I'll eat something, but I gotta get laundry done, so I'll probably just order. I don't know. I don't know, but I will eat something eventually. I'm fine though. I'm not like starving right now. Although I probably should eat. Uh, that's one of the things I tried to have a plan for something to eat along the way, and I could order like I wanted to. I could order DoorDash. Uh, that's possible too, Daniel. But it is what it is. Like I said, he'll be here if he wants to be, and if not, that's fine. I know he likes to be in a lot of other streams, and I don't know who else might be streaming today. He might be doing other things. I don't know. He might be at his nan's, or who knows. But I 108 nautical miles. I still think that bit of a tailwind is helping us now. But, all right, let's look out again. See what we got now. All right, so there would be our point of checking the weather. Like I said, I think I'm just going to leave it alone because I after everything else that's happened today, I don't want to test test fate and screw up things even further unintentionally, even though I have the best of intentions. So from here, let's see, I really wish, I don't know why, and I thought this had a brightness thing on it, and I don't know where it is. I thought I had all that stuff dialed in, like the highest. Let's try this stuff. Nope, that's not very bright either. That's not 100%. Pedestal lighting, we don't need that. All right, so well, just maybe because there's sun coming in and it's like reflecting right off my baked wood floor here, so it's just making things a little bit difficult to see. Oh, here we go. There we go. Now we're cooking with Crisco. Now we can see. All right, so Cato, right there, and then from there, I think we'll start. And a couple more spots after that is when we'll get we'll start our arrival phase into Chicago. So. I kind of feel like that's a little bit brighter, but it's hard to tell. But anyway. All right. Yeah. So. We'll see if he pops in or not. There's something. See, I thought there was like a panel lights. Normally I thought there was like a switch over here for writing stuff. There usually is, thought, but maybe not. That's enough. Alright, well, I don't know. I don't know anymore. But at least we got that brightened up a little bit so we can actually see it a little bit easier with the names and all that. So for those of you who don't know, so if you got the green ones, which is the ones that are upcoming, and of course that's our final, right there at the bottom is our destination. But this one up here at the top is our where we're heading to right now. Surprised we're not talking to somebody else. Denver Center must have a huge... I know we're well past Denver now. They must have a huge area of responsibility for centers. I'm trying to think what our next one would be. Would it be Chicago Center or would it be... Let's see, where would it be? Where would it be now? Who could it be flying the plane? Oh no, we're gonna crash again. I would think we would have maybe Omaha Center? No, I think soon we should be talking to Chicago Center. I think would be the next one. I think Chicago and Denver overlap. We'll see. Did you see who filed that flight plan? Supposed to be professionals here. Oh, somebody subscribed. Who? I got a subscriber. Now it's up to 6. Who subbed? Who resubbed or whatever? Somebody did something nice. I know Mela, you resubbed on your Matamilla account. So yeah, now I'm back up to 6. So thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you to all my subscribers. Greatly appreciate your generosity. I don't know. I think it's possible because I know you can do it on YouTube. Joe does it like a subscriber only stream, but it would be difficult if it's only 6 people. You know, I don't know that it would be. Not to say you guys aren't worth it, but yeah, I might. If I had more, it would certainly be worth doing. People do what they can, and that's okay. All right. Okay, yeah, it just finally showed up in the system, so I don't know if Twitch has got its little issues today or something, or I don't know. But thank you. Appreciate that, Emil. So I will put together next week's schedule. For sure we're not flying on the 15th. No stream that day, so it'll be on that Tuesday. Our next leg of the Route 66 flight will be Tuesday, Thursday the 15th. No stream. We'll be back Friday the 16th. We will do a so the 23rd. So the 16th we'll do the flight around are we doing that one on, let's do Hawaii on the 16th. We'll do a I think either it's the 16th or the 23rd. Which one I was gonna do? See, I lost track because I didn't write stuff down. We got a flight coming up. We're gonna do a flight around Hawaii, and I'm gonna be in the P-38. We're just gonna do a tour around, and then the 23rd. See, I lost track of everything. I gotta start writing stuff down. Cause I know I promised some stuff. The 30th, we're gonna do a flight from Chicago to. We'll go to Newark Liberty. Yeah, we'll do Newark Liberty. We won't go all the way to JFK. Newark Liberty is the cheaper. It's the cheaper airport to fly into. So we like to save our passengers money whenever we can. So I want to see, it might be a United. No, in fact, you know what? Let's do this. Let's go here. Let's see. Going to. It's positive we want going to. Do that. Alright, let's just go. Let's just Newark. Oh. Sorry, folks. I'll be back in the chat. Where's JFK? Newark is right. Zoom in a little bit. K-E-W-R, Newark. Okay. We do arrivals. Don't see anything going to Chicago here. Well, that's for United. Maybe not. No, it's just for all airlines. Never mind. All right, let's do this then. Departures. There's no flights. Oh, wait a minute. There is a United Airlines flight. Ah, there's American, there's United. All right. All right, so we can do that. That'll be on the 23rd. Or the 30th, I'm sorry. Oh, I appreciate that, Mel. Happy to have you along as well. So yeah, on the 30th, we'll do a United Airlines flight from Chicago to Newark Liberty. Uh, that should be a, kind of a short flight, I think, because we're more than halfway to across the country there. So that's the next one. All right, so we're coming close. I think we're getting closer to our. Let's have a look here. So I think it's just beyond here. So we got a pretty good. I think we got a decent leg between Kato and no, I'm sorry, Jugged and Kato. Oh, there we go, Minneapolis Center. I forgot about Minneapolis Center. That's cool. Minneapolis was. Maybe my sense of direction is all goofed up today. So I think from Jagged to Kato, we got a pretty good chunk of distance there. It's like at least 100 nautical miles, maybe a little bit less to Sant or Saint, and then after that we got one more big leg from whatever it is, the next one. It'll pop up here in a minute. Between there and I think the beginning of our arrival portion, we got a bit of a distance to go there. It's coming in view now. But we're almost there. We're getting there. After. Oh, well, thank you for the Prime sub for 3 months. Thank you, Vengeful Squid. Greatly appreciate that. Gets me through the work week and the Mile High Club. Well, I can't. That's against federal law. But if you can get away with it, I didn't see nothing. I didn't see nothing. I didn't hear nothing. I didn't see nothing. I was looking at the instruments the entire time, officer. I didn't see anything. I didn't hear nothing. I was busy talking to all these centers. So, but thank you for the sub on Prime. Greatly appreciate that. 3 months. So 3 month. Been a subscriber for 3 months. Yeah, yeah. Why is the mass trays in the door? Yep. I didn't even realize you were a Prime sub. Wow. Okay. Thank you. I had no idea. I look at it, but I don't know. I think it'll tell me like how many regular subs and how many Prime subs there are, but I did not realize you were a Prime subscriber. Thanks, Will. Thank you. That's awesome. Appreciate it. I should pay more attention to those things. All right, now we definitely got a good tailwind. 63s. I don't know if that's miles per hour. I gotta find out if that's. I'm guessing that's knots. 63 knot wind. So yeah, we got a nice tailwind still. But I feel like we should be going faster. But you know, that's okay. We're gonna get there. We're flying safely. That's the important thing. You know, appreciate that. Yeah, I didn't even realize that. I should track that stuff better. My advanced years are finally catching up to me, I guess. All right, to Luky, double Luky. Okay, yeah. And then from there to Jugget is. That's a little bit of a trip there to that point. Wherever the next one is. Yeah. All right, so yeah, we're coming to the we're almost there, folks. We got a little bit more to go, but we'll start descending here soon, I would think. Not right yet, but pretty soon we'll start dropping some altitude and set up for landing and be on the ground. Go. Quite the adventure today. Quite the adventure. Never a dull moment. We'll be back Monday. Euchre's 52 flight. I don't know where yet. Did I even written it down yet? I don't think I have. Let me take a look at my notebook. Let's have a look here. No, I have not put anything together. So I got to work on that today. Do I have a bot? Yes. This is the standard. This is no, it's not seasonal. This is live weather right now. I do have the weather preset mod that was available in the marketplace some time ago. So when I fly like the Euchre's 52, if I put just a few clouds, that's what I use. It's like a I can't remember the name of it. I think it's something weather presets. But this is live weather right here, right now. According to what we're seeing, this is how it looks, I guess, live. So, on these flights, when we do the jetliner stuff, I will fly live weather so that, you know, because it used to be when I first started flying, it always, I always flew with just sunny weather, right? That was always how I flew my flights. But then I realized, you know, that's not very realistic because you're never going to have sunny weather all the time. And you get used to it. You don't worry about the altimeter changes and stuff like that. So when I started flying with live weather, I'd be like, but I think I'm at the right altitude. Why didn't they tell me the altimeter reading so that I am at the right altitude? You know. So the jetliner flights we will do with live weather. The other flights will either be some clouds or it'll be sunny. But I try not to be unrealistic about it. So, but like, you know, when we do our flight around Hawaii, we'll put the sunny weather on. Just the radius of the sprinkler in most cases, but they're the size of cannons. Used to set up at daycare to take kids out on field days. All right. Okay, that's not a very so the next one, let's see once we get the jug. So oh yeah. So but no, just the live weather for now. But when we do the flight around Hawaii, we'll put some sunny weather on and have a nice flight around the island. But the jetliner flights will do live weather. Everything else will just be something simple. So just have a nice flight there. Enjoy the scenery. But I mean, it's clear right now over this part. But obviously, it snowed recently. I don't know how deep the snow is, but we're getting into a cloudy area here up ahead. So, I think it'll be cloudy when we land there in Chicago. Well, thank you all for hanging out today, sticking around through the insanity of the aircraft responding in I guess in a real world way. It did. So we figured it out. Got the engine restarted. I did not think that was going to work there for a second. You know, having to restart the APU and then restarting the engine. I did not think that was going to work, but it did. Oof. All right, let's see, what are we looking at? Oh, that's only 72 nautical miles next to our next, so that's not too bad. All right, so Myers. So this one right here, MYRRS, technically is the beginning of our descent phase. Now, this is the thing that kind of, yeah, I did. I totally skipped that part. I was like trying to figure it out, and I didn't even turn on the seatbelt sign. We were dropping altitude. I'm sure, you know, people were floating out of their seats if they didn't have their seatbelt attached and all that kind of stuff. So this is, according to the flight plan that I created on the map, this is the beginning of our arrival portion right here. The problem is that the part that I picked, the arrival portion is actually called where is it? FYTTE7. So if I do the route, right? I type in route. This is what I put in from. I picked this stuff based on what SimBrief told me is the best route, or for the departure and the arrival portion. I could not find anything on the map itself or on my waypoints that says that word or that FYTTE. So I know the 7's not usually there. It's replaces the number is usually a letter or something else, I think. But I did not find anything at all that suggests that's the name of our. If I go all the way down, right? It's not there, is it? Nope. So I don't know why that is. But Myers, I know, is, from what I remember when I built the route in the world map, that is the beginning of our arrival portion into Chicago. So at some point soon, we should get the call to start descending and get ready to set up for landing. Because the next part after we get there, things are gonna go a little bit quick, I think. Well, it should, because we're gonna start descending and all that kind of stuff. So then we'll start slowing down a little bit. So, yeah, I got to remember, note to self, check altitudes before you start the flight, because if it's way too high, we're going to have another issue like we did. Luckily, we sorted it, but so yeah. So I thought yesterday, I almost am positive yesterday we got up to like 39,000. It was fine. We didn't have any issues at all. But it may be because over there, where we flew into Malaga, the weather was a bit warmer, so the air wasn't thinner. I wonder if that had, well, the air's still thin at 39,000 regardless of where, like the regular temperature. I'm almost certain we got up to 39,000 feet yesterday. Maybe it was 38 and we were okay there. I don't know. I have to look at the video. So something, if that's the case, if we did get to flight to 390 yesterday, there was an update today for the beta, or the aviation or the aircraft and avionics update 1 beta. But I'm wondering if that's part of the thing, was that 39,000 feet cruising altitude is probably a bit unrealistic. But I don't know. Something's different though. I know that much. But anyway, we're getting there, folks. We're getting there. All right, let's just look at the bigger picture here. And all right, so there we go. That's everything. So there's our arrival portion starting right there. And we're going to do kind of a weird, we're going to zig through turn to the left and then turn to the right and then turn in from there. I do believe, if I remember how it's set up for the arrival and approach. So yeah, that's what we got ahead. So once we can see in our if we zoom all the way out, we can see everything on the screen, then we know we're coming to the end of it. So I think there's one more large chunk there. Oh, there's the clouds now. I tell you, I think we lucked out with a tailwind the entire way, so that helped out a little bit. It honestly does not feel like we're at 37,000 feet, though, does it? It seems like we're a little bit lower than that. Does anybody else get that sense? Like, we're moving across the ground fairly quickly, whereas usually at 37,000 feet, it feels like we're basically crawling. So, I don't know, something's different. It says we're at 37,000 feet. It does not feel like it, though. I don't know why. Huh. We're at 0.75 Mach. Any other time we've when we've been this high at this speed, or even a little bit faster, even at zero point 0.6 or zero point 0.7 or 0.8, 7.8 Mach, 0.78, 0.78 Mach. It does seem like we're not going fast, but maybe it's because of that tailwind. I don't know. Something's different though. Maybe I'm imagining things. I don't know. Alright, we are 2 hour 51 in the air so far. Yeah, I'm thinking we're gonna get there a little bit quicker than the 3 hours and 3 hour 45 minute. So we'll see. We still do have a bit of a chunk coming up here, I believe. Find out. All right, so Sant is 66 nautical miles in front of us. Let's see what go. Let's go big picture. So I'm thinking from RO Rock. Yep. From there to Myers might be a bit of a. That might be our last big gap there, and then everything else from there is pretty much all together for our arrival and approach phase. So, Boston Market, yes. There used to be one I used to go to in my hometown that closed down. They were doing very good business, and they went out of business. They closed that one down. I don't think there. They may have gone out of business. They may have gone bankrupt, I think. Yeah. I've not seen one in quite some time. They were good. Oh man, their chicken and all that was really good. I think for a while they were one of the best places for like Thanksgiving. They would do the turkey and all the fixings and all that kind of stuff. So if you didn't want to cook it yourself, you could get it there. Yeah, I think they went bankrupt. I don't know if they're still open. They may be barely hanging on. Well, not their licensees or whatever they call them. They might be barely hanging on, but I don't know if the company itself that owns Boston Market, they may have closed them down because they just weren't doing enough business. But yeah, I remember that place. Yep, they built this little, I guess kind of like a strip mall. There was like some area that wasn't being used, and somebody's like, oh, let's put a little, they put a Boston Market, they put, what else was there? I know the Boston Market was there. I think there was something else next to the Boston Market, and then just past that was the Lucky's grocery store. I don't think it's open anymore. Or somebody may have sold it to somebody else. I don't know, but yeah, it was years ago when I was still living in the Bay Area. They went out of business. Because I was like, man, I want some Boston Market. I drove over there and it was like, it's all like empty. What the hell? Yeah. All right. I think after we get past Sant, at some point we should be talking to Chicago Center, I would think. But yeah, yeah, I remember those places. I don't know if they ever had one here where I live now. They probably did, and it went out of business. Um, yeah. Most of the restaurants here, I think, they do well during the school year. You know, like for when there's all the students at the university, you know, living in the dorms, if they have the money, they'll go out to eat. Or if it's a place they can work while they go to school, you know. So yeah, I think that's how a lot of these places stay open. But if the otherwise they don't do very well. I think that's the only way That kind of what drives the economy here in this area is the student body at Binghamton University, um, and then especially with parents come to visit for graduation or whatever, then of course that's even more money because they got to stay at hotels and they usually go out to eat and stuff like that. That's the only thing that's probably keeping this area alive right now is that university. So like especially the larger Walmart across town, a lot of students go there because they usually have more stuff than the one that I go to. I mean, ours is pretty decent size, but the larger ones across town. So, not that I would expect that the university would close anytime soon, but if they lose student body numbers, like if it gets really kind of they don't have as many students on campus, then yeah, the area will definitely suffer for it. There's a lot of places that were barely hanging on, they finally had to fold. So, it's unfortunate. Alright, let's have another look again here. Alright, so pretty much we're almost there. That's our approach part right there. Lining up. You can barely see, no, it's kind of all mixed together, but that should be our destination right there at the very top. It's kind of all mixed in. That should be KORD runway 10 left. So I picked that one because it's not far. I think once we are on the ground, hopefully it will not be a long taxi to the gate. So we'll see. All right, 14 to Sant. Let's see if we can kind of figure out what the distance is. Hold on, let me do my math here. Well, later on the phone. 1 minus 1338. That is 89 nautical miles. So that should be the last big chunk is 89 nautical miles. But I think from there we'll start descending. I think. Because this bender is supposed to be we're supposed to be at flight level 370. But we'll see what happens as we get closer. So, yeah, we're almost there, folks. We're almost there. The adventure's coming to an end here soon. Fine. Thought it was going to end much earlier, but oh my goodness, that was a doozy. We've had some lurkers today. Scared to say something. That's alright. Scared. We appreciate you coming in and hanging out. Thank you for the chats and the resubs and everything else. Glad well, knock on wood. We're not there yet, but glad seems like we sorted everything out. You just never know. That was a guess. It was a complete guess for me to restart the APU to restart the engine. I wasn't sure that was going to work, but I guess right. I chose correctly as the knight and Indiana Jones and the Holy Grail, what it was called, the one with Sean Connery as his dad. Third one. Yeah. You chose wisely. Oh, it was Indiana Jones: The Last Crusade. That's what it was. Actually, the one where they were looking for the Holy Grail. We chose wisely. Just pure luck. Quite happy that it worked. Sometimes when you do stuff by the seat of your pants, so to speak, you end up with the right answer. Yeah, I have to put the stuff together for that. Some of the stuff may get canceled. Um, Waiting on an appointment verification. Trying to find that out, and then, of course, when I build it, if I have to edit it, I'll re-edit it and post it back into the Discord there on the stream schedule. Things are subject to change as always. So the last 747 is rolling off the line at the Boeing facility there in Washington. Can't believe the 747 is coming to an end. Crazy. I don't know what they're going to do to replace it. I'm guessing it's the Dreamliner from here on out. Probably better on maintenance because you only got 2 engines versus 4 to maintain. Wow. But I mean, a lot of the older ones are still flying, especially on cargo routes. They've been converted to cargo, I think. So yeah, it's crazy to think that the last 747. Absolutely crazy. Yeah, I've probably been on them, but I think I did fly on a 747 from JFK to Frankfurt. Maybe even from San Francisco to JFK I was on a 747. But I don't remember because I didn't really pay attention to that stuff and it was so long ago. I'm positive. Well, I don't want to say what year. It was a long time ago. Way back in the day. Yeah, I'm positive it was a 747 going from JFK to Frankfurt. But from San Francisco to JFK, it might have been a 747, but it may have been what was it? I don't remember. It was so long ago I couldn't even tell you. Yeah. Yeah, it's just amazing to think that they're not going to produce them anymore. Well, part of it too is, I mean, the A380 can do just as much as the 747 and maybe even the Dreamliner. You know. So, yeah, cost-wise, I'm sure It just was too much to keep flying the 747s. But yeah, it was a. That's just crazy to think. I mean, that plane. Uh, if it hadn't been for Pan Am was the one that pushed Boeing to create the 747. They were going to use it initially. It was supposed to be a military transport plane. Uh, well, I think it was based on the C5 hadn't been created yet, but they pushed Boeing to create it. Pan Am did, if I remember correctly. And then it just went from there. And then, of course, other airlines started using them, and then Pan Am folded, but it continued in service. But if it hadn't been for Juan Tripe and Pan Am, the 747 may have never been made. There we go. Now we're talking Chicago Sun. Finally. Yeah, the A380 is I think the new king of the air. It is definitely taken over from the. I mean, the 747 was the go-to plane for quite a long time, and I think Airbus figured out how to beat Boeing at their own game, and yeah, one Boeing's had its own share of issues with the 737s, and I think with the Dreamliner as well, that they had to ground those for quite some time. But yeah, it's crazy to think that it's coming to an end. Yeah. Wow. I think that's the is it the dash? We're at the dash 8 now. I'm guessing that it would be the dash 10 would be the last iteration? Possibly? I don't know. But I mean, those will last quite some time. But I think a lot of airlines now are just ordering the A380. They're not going with Boeing anymore. The Airbuses are the new. Oh, it was sometime in the 80s. That's all I'll say. It was in the 80s. It was a long, long time ago, though. But yeah, sometime back in the 80s. I'll leave it at that. I don't like being very specific on years. I try not to be. Yeah, it was quite a long time ago. Matter of fact, this time, at that point in the 80s, I was in Germany already. I miss it though. It wasn't a good time initially. I'll admit that. It was not. I struggled because that was the farthest I'd ever been from home, and it was a huge adjustment, and I almost did not stay, but I did. Things kind of turned around, and sometimes that's what has to happen. You find people. I was thinking about this last night. Sometimes you find the people that you need in your life, whether they stay forever or they only stay part of the time in your life. And that's what happened to me in Germany. One second. But the 787, yeah, it does. But I don't think even I don't think Boeing is doing well with the Dreamliner either. It's just not. Boeing has got a bad reputation now, and for years they didn't. But they've got a bad rep now, unfortunately. Anyway, what was I saying? So yeah, I lucked out. I finally had some leadership when I was in Germany that, kind of helped me improve as a soldier. because it's not easy because you're nervous. You're at your first duty station and you got people. Well, they yell because they can, right? And there's not much you can do about it. Of course, back then that was when you had the quote unquote smokings would happen. You would get a, if you did something, if you were late for formation, for instance, they call it PT. Like R. Lee Ermey in Full Metal Jacket. I'll PT you to death, or I'll PT you until you die, whatever. Then it's just like, oh, and that's what they would do. They would exercise you, and then you'd be wiped out. But it wasn't like really, you didn't learn anything from it. In a way, you just were like, okay, I'm gonna have to do a bunch of exercises until the other person gets bored with me, and then they'll leave me alone. But yeah, it started to fall into place. I got a good squad leader, and and then I met more people who were kind of helped me along the way. So that worked out very well. But when you're young and you're just like you're scared because you're far from home and all that, it's not easy. But because you had good leaders, bad leaders, and yeah, the 737. Yeah, I think Boeing overall has gotten they have a bad reputation. They really do. The Airbuses, I think, are much better as far as efficiency and maintenance costs and all that. The systems are all like, I think, and I could be wrong here, but I think the feeling is that if you fly in any Airbus, generally the setup is pretty much the same. They're all very similarly designed. So wherever you are, it should be a fairly easy transition. Like if you go up from like a A320 to the larger stuff, the layout is very similar. I think that's what the key is. With the Boeings, it seems like it was all over the place. It was never set, like a set standard or set layout, I feel like. But I think that's why the A3, the Airbus aircraft do so well. That's my feeling. I could be wrong. But yeah, sometimes, yeah, like I was saying, it helps when you have people who see that you're struggling and want you to succeed. They kind of pick you up and they say, just let's work together and improve. That's the difference. Now, of course, not everybody is going to respond to that because they're like, well, you've already gotten your mind, you've given up. So, but no, that was the, again, it's like a catalyst. An event in life that something changes and then it all kind of falls into place from there. So yeah, all right, hold on a second. Guessing we should start to descend here, I think. Let's see if we get if not, we'll make the decision on our own. Or not on our own, we'll call it in and say, can we drop down? But I think because we were supposed to be at 390, we've been cruising at 370. We're already kind of where we need to. Oops, sorry. So this is at 370, Benner in front of us, but then it starts to descend at J-Bags. Some of these names, I don't know. At J-Bags, we're supposed to be at at least 320. So I think we'll keep an eye on that, and we'll descend it. We'll call in and ask for permission. We'll see how we go. But yeah, I think that's the key, is that catalyst. If somebody says, look, we can, we want you to succeed, we want to help you, we want you to, then that changes everything. But again, if you're already in that mindset that it's not even worth the effort, then yeah, yeah. I think Boeing has. I'll I'll be honest. I don't know that they're going to survive as a company much longer. The only thing that might be keeping them going is their military contracts. That might be it at this point. But yeah, it's crazy to think that they may go under. They've already lost a lot of business to Airbus. So, and Airbus has got competitive military contracts over in Europe, so they're doing very well, I think. But because I don't think Lockheed makes any more. They used to be one of the big airline manufacturers as well. The Lockheed, like the L-1011, the MD-80, I think it was, or was that a Boeing product? But yeah, a lot of those companies that used to make airliners no longer make them. I think Boeing is the only one that was there quite a while ago that still makes airliners, but I think they might be just about done. I could be wrong, but yeah, it's crazy to think that though. And Embraer's got I think they've got the better regional jet market over, not Embraer, Bombardier, not Embraer, sorry. Bombardier, the CRJs and all that, I think are better than the Embraers. Um, so yeah, Bombardier's got that market, I think, pretty much locked up. But there's a lot of people who still fly the Embraers. All right, now we should see if once we get past BENNR or whatever it is, BEN. No, yeah. Then we should hopefully get our first reduction. Do that. Tell the cabin crew to start cleaning up. Cancel the memberships in the Mile High Club until we're for the remainder of the flight. We're almost there, Daniel. We're getting ready to. We're going to start descending here shortly. We should. So we should be on the ground soon. All right. I think I'm just going to go ahead and ask for 0. All right. I'll just do it on my own, or not on my own, but I'll ask for since we've. There we go. All right. Yep, we're going to start descending and we'll get everything. We are within, I think. Let's just go to 160. Yeah, all right. So we are in. That's within 160 nautical miles left in the flight. That's our approach phase right there. So we are in our arrival portion, and so yeah, we're going to start descending here, get ourselves in shape for. Yeah, quite a bit of a flight today. Yeah, we may be at that 3 hour 40 something after all. I thought maybe we'd get there a little bit quicker because we did have the tailwind the entire way pretty much. So thought we would have gotten there a little bit better, but that's okay. Did what we could, and we'll be on the ground shortly. All right, what's next? 260. I feel like it's still pretty high at this point. All right, let me refresh the screen here real quick. We're starting to lag a little bit. So a little bit of a roller coaster ride here. We'll speed up just a bit so we can cover the ground a little bit quicker. Chicago Blackhawks. I think it's the Chicago Blackhawks here. I think it's the Blackhawks. All right, what's next? Let's go 220. And we're already at 270, so we're covered there. Alright, then we got to get down to 12. It'll be a 10,000 foot drop. And I think by the time we get there, then we should be in good shape, and it'll tell us to go from there. And once we get to 2.2, we'll drop our speed here. Go to 230. All right. It's going to be a bit of fun. All right. Ooh! Wow, look at that gust that just blew through. Wow, I did not do that. I did not do that. That was a gust. I don't think I did. There was a gust of wind there that just, woo! That was insane. I don't think I don't think I touched it. Wow, okay. Yeah, crazy, isn't it, though? What a day. What a flight. think we did okay on the fuel. I think I kind of guessed it right. Put in 80% fuel in the tank. And so we're not quite at the yellow part yet, but if we had to go around, we could, in theory. Yeah, I think we'd have enough fuel. But there it goes again. Did it again. Wow. That was not me. Boy, there must be some really bad wind here in Chicago right now. They don't call it the Windy City for nothing. All right. Hold on to your sick bags, folks. Oh, I didn't do the... All right. 9,000. All right. Old crusty salute for the instructions. All right, folks. Here we go. Got landing lights on, even though it's a little bit early. No, like to be a well-lit plane. We want everybody to know we're coming into Chicago, doggone it. Get the cocktails ready at the gate. Wow, okay, hold up a second. Where are we going here? Wow, we are cutting... Wow, okay, we just totally cut that corner. Cut the corner. What in the world is going on here? Is that the next one? It is, okay. Well, apparently they're ready for us, so I guess they saw the lights and they're like, they're ready. Down to Beantown, yep. Yeah. That's Boston, though. Boston's Beantown. Chicago is deep dish pizza town, I think. All right, well, we just cut the corner on that one, so that's okay. Hey, if that's what it wants us to do, that's what we're going to do. All right, we get to 9, I'm going to go. Let's get ready to slow down. It's already doing it on its own. That's kind of odd. Huh. Okay, well. Get some flaps down here. All right. Totally cut the corner there. That's all right. Hey, if that's what the computer wants us to do, that's what we're going to do. Sound stuttering. Oh, hate that. I really wish something's got to change on that. I don't know. Maybe it's on my end. I don't know what else to do about it, but it's just when it starts stuttering like that, I always do it. I know I keep saying that, but I just don't. I don't know why it does that. But right, quick look ahead. It's 80 nautical miles, less than 80. So we're going to be lining up here on approach here in just a moment. I feel like the wind shifted. That's good. see if let's see, maybe not. Nope, we should be good. We got a headwind coming in, so we're good to go. We didn't need to change it, so, or need to worry about it. So. Alright folks, I'm going to focus on landing. I'll catch up with the chat in just a moment. Just off. Get us on. I kind of feel like we need to go. Yes, he goes to 6. Yeah, I don't think I can ask for any reductions here now. Nope. All right. There we go. We'll try to stay at 210 as long as possible. Just try to cover that ground a little bit. Go to 108 or 180 now, not 108, 180. First little bit of 8, right? Or 7. All right. We got quite the cloud cover here. Good thing we're trained professionals, huh? Or like trained amateurs. We need to be at about I think we still got to get a couple more 1,000 feet down here. It read my mind. Oh, we gonna break below this cloud cover anytime soon, or what? Okay, I can see the land below us now. Double check our altimeter now. Still 20. Perfect. Later on, so just go ahead and switch them on now. But we're not paying the electric bill on this flight. Heck, let's just turn on the wing lights too. Why not? Crusty salute one more time. Let's talk to the tower, please and thank you. That's close enough for government work. Tractor beam's got us locked in. We're heading for the Death Star. Ta-da! Knock on wood. Knock on wood. Not there yet. We are... Yep, we got the glide slope, so we're good. Down. Altimeter's good. Alright, let's go.
2,500.
Thank you. Numpty flight computer. Look at that cloud cover and everything. You cannot see a thing. So hazy and I don't know. There's something kind of weather system here in the area. Smells like rain now. I see rain on the... I guess we'll find out here as we're on the ground. What if it's freezing? Maybe they got a little bit of sleep. see the rain now. That might be sleet. Because I see snow on the ground here in Chicago. Oh, it's going to be freezing. It's a little bit chilly here today, folks. Just a little bit chilly. But it's weird because it didn't say that it was supposed to be anything like this expected today, I don't think. Unless the weather changed. I looked at it last night. On the weather changing on us. It's like a headwind with a bit of a crosswind coming from that away. Alright, here we go, folks. Oh, my system just went off. Oh my goodness, I had a feeling it was going to happen. Oh. Oh my goodness, the whole way, everything, we had all those problems, and of course we get right on the approach, and then bam, everything quits on us. Oh my goodness. Just about my luck. Well, on behalf of myself and the entire flight crew, we'd like to welcome you to... Oh, thank you, Mella. Stop pulling faces at this point. On behalf of myself and the entire flight crew, we'd like to welcome you to Chicago O'Hare. Local time is 10:20 in the morning. We understand and appreciate the fact that this flight was jinxed from the start, but we made it. Do see the gate agent. Once we pull up to the gate, we have a coupon for a future flight. You will not have to pay anything. Oh. Do join us Monday in the Yonkers 52 as we continue our tour across America. Destination TBD later. I had a feeling because I'm like, you know what? It's just going to be my luck. It's going to happen. Now, let me just see here. If I turn on the batteries, will those things turn back on? Nope, of course not. Now, let's do this. Let's turn on our APU as well. Does that restart it? Nope. Sure did not. Something. I still don't know quite why that does that. It doesn't make any sense to me. Alright, let's go ahead and turn off our APU now. Oh, now... Oh, there it goes. Okay. Now all of a sudden I lost my. Let's see if once we get off the runway here. It might just tell us where to go. Oh, this is right there. Alright, thankfully we don't have to go very far. Yeah, I thought that was something they had solved, but apparently not. I don't know. Wow, Joseph didn't even make it in for the landing. No, I can't tell how long everything turned off. Well, you know what? You know what we could do? Let's just see. When we pull up the gate, we'll put on the. We should be able to hook up to the ground power, and that should turn everything back on. Maybe. We'll see here. That's kind of a weird. Like, why would I go all the way up there and then turn? What in the world is going on here? Yes, the A319 was the. So you have the A319, the A320, and the A321 are all within that family of Airbuses. I think this was the first one before the first A320 came out, but I might be wrong. I don't know all the history of Airbus, but I think that's what it was. This was the first one to compete with the 737s, I think. But don't quote me on that. I may be talking out my backside. Look at that. No ground crew again. Something. What is going on with the ground crew? Like, there's nobody here. There's nobody on the ground. There's nothing. Something's not right. No, I think I'm dealing with this. I'll have to do a bit of detective work later on. Wow, our box didn't even disappear. Alright, let's just see if we can turn on the, it's available. Alright, let's see if we get, does it turn everything? Nope, it doesn't even turn everything back on there. Wow, we fried the system. Maybe that's what it was. Yeah, I think there's an issue with the sim. So, anyway, yeah, that's all right. I think I know what it is, but I'll do some detective work. Okay, let's go ahead and shut it down here. 3 hour 35. So we got there a little bit quick. We got a night takeoff. We did fly for 2 minutes in the dark. We're just gonna go ahead and put a day, just a daytime flight. I'm not gonna try to. Anyway, well, that's fine. I'm just gonna I'll wrap up the stream and then I'll put my hours and all that in for not fire. Parasox Air. Today's flight was brought to you by Parasox Air. It's always good to wear mismatching socks, according to Scruffy. So be different. Wear mismatched socks every once in a while. You know, it's a conversation starter. You know. Anyway, that will do it for today, folks. Greatly appreciate everybody coming in and hanging out for today. Quite the adventure. We made it. Barely, it seems like. I was, you know what? I'll be honest. On approach, I thought for sure the sim was going to crash. So my hours go into FS Hub for I flip between Firefly Air and Parasox Air, and then I have my own tracker because the hours are not updating completely. So I track it myself. So I put a little like a what do you call it a Excel spreadsheet that I I put the type of aircraft, the date, departure and arrival airports, total time, and then I do the formula and then it tracks it. So right now, without this one, technically I have 756 hours in the sim. But yeah. So anyway, let's wrap things up. It's been a long morning. I need to eat something. I tell you this, I might have to take a nap as well. This one really did a number on me, so but that's okay. Anyway, I do greatly appreciate everybody coming in and hanging out today. Hopefully you enjoyed today's flight despite all the shenanigans that happened. I'll see you on Monday in the Eucharist 52. We'll put together I'll put together the schedule for the week and then I'll post that over in Discord. Uh, Cheers, everybody. Appreciate it. Bye, Amela. Bye, Daniel. Enjoy your post chip shop run, and you can chill and relax for the rest of the day. So yeah, see you Monday. Do enjoy the rest of your Saturday morning, afternoon, evening, early Sunday. It's you know, some folks it's early Sunday already. Crazy, isn't it? I have been and always shall be your host and pilot Uncle B. Until Monday, peace, live long and prosper.